communities wiped out, lives lost, families forever changed. They're the worst fires to ever hit Los Angeles, ever. And as soon as these fires broke out, I approved the Fire Management Assistance Grants. That's a term of art and how we get help to local officials. These grants cover California's firefighting costs for things like firefighting equipment, firefighters' salaries, and special capabilities like aircraft. Next, yesterday I immediately approved Governor Newsom's request for what they call, and I know this is all sounds like government talk, but it's called the Major Disaster Declaration. This declaration allows folks, at the request of the governor, the declaration allows folks who have been impacted to get immediate cash assistance to cover things like everything from groceries to baby formula to prescriptions, because as you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621-3362. That's what they, disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. We're increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responders' salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do and contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastating. And we're doing literally everything we can at a federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do. And some of the folks are on the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carry the energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when they did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. and I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You've reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread, devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody understands it better than the press has been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs in the flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around this table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire, and in particular I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the President said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the President.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the vice president as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire stars. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We are looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires have taken place. The Palisades Fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown Fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that were assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire-type conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts, and the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped the potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these maps, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tanker. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check rides. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervision. And so we work with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job in what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning for you?
Most concerning right now is the wind, because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor and inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
You hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorize through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there'll be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which you see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that, that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
Also, I got.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. Why I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in, not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector, to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's gonna be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's gonna take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris. And so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter, and we look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and those, like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead, what were you gonna say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you wanna add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator, getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response, because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job, and they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while we're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. And so we're gonna remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right, that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need, I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table, there's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Oh,
Madam
you're-
Vice
I'm looking
President.
at
I'm right here.
the screen,
No
I know.
worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners and, of course, our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide search support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlight, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and the medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channel.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what I've, before I turn to General Guillot, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. And we also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillot is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's an immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Depending on your questions, and then I can turn
You
it to
guys have been immediately responsive, thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things, but let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I gotta say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities. It's just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're gonna see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
And it looks like she is on
It
her
looks like she
plane,
had to
so
get on her
I'll,
plane.
It's all you,
Yes.
pal. Fire away.
I'll give the
She
update,
was
Mr.
waiting at the
President.
gate, yeah.
And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico, again, on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and
Yeah.
doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back, and everybody.
Continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership, and it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, you know, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, we're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it just, people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president, I've been in an aircraft flying over more territory where there have been wildfires, from Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, you know, those big lines, you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees, it's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So as I understand it, the vast majority of the circumstances where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down, they're shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
Fires, exactly.
But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function? Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing this, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been deputy secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done, a lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation actually provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew, but I didn't know that, I didn't put a number on it. It'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, I mean, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
Some places it's necessary.
some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know it, look, this is really, really, really difficult for families to have to deal with it. I mean, you know, I have a family member who lives out there, and the area where he lives, I'm not getting into detail, but where he lives, I think there are something like 240 or 260 homes that burned to the ground, all but 14 or 15 of them. And everybody has to evacuate. And people are going, when do I get back? Will I ever find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever, I mean, there's so much anxiety that's generated. And I think that we've been through this once before in Hawaii, where the fires occurred, and we're trying to build back up the community so they could open up and things be running. But it's really, really, really hard. So I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help to get these people the kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need, because it really does matter. And you guys do, I'm not being solicitous, you all do a hell of a job. And we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does, it's change weather patterns. And as you explained, Randy, winds going in and winds coming out. You get the one going in, but you don't want the one coming back out. And so my point is that I think the more we can explain to the American people in plain, straightforward, honest English, or whatever language of us understand, what exactly is happening, the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support, and not make a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office very shortly, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up, because we can afford it. And like I said, we have a little infrastructure bill that's over $1 trillion. It's going to be able to help a little bit. We have done a lot in terms of what we're going to do in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these, in crisis, rumors and fear spread very quickly. And the most important thing is to just bring this down in an area, be honest with people, what's at stake, but be straightforward with them. What can be done and how we're going to get it done. So I thank you all very much. I'm proud of the job you're all doing, and I'm, quite frankly, proud of the job the local officials in California are doing. I've spent a lot of time with the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles and others. You know, they're doing everything that we ask of them and beyond. And so we're stepping up as best we can. Any of my colleagues around the table or on the screen want to add anything before we close this out?
Well, as the Californian at the table, thank you for all of the leadership that everyone here has provided, starting with our president. We are beyond the point of calling it fire season.
Yeah, that's right.
We really, and we're seeing this around the country, that whereas years before we would talk about a particular season of extreme weather, we are seeing that it doesn't matter what month of the year, we should be ready. The work that our administration has done in particular on the issue of infrastructure together with the Inflation Reduction Act and the attention we are paying to the climate crisis, is so important because we have got to invest as a country in adaptation, and we have to invest in resilience. And that is about homeowners, that is about families, that is about cities and local governments, state governments, and we have to adapt to this changing climate. For example, fire hydrants are pretty much built to deal with an individual house fire, not with a wildfire that is taking on entire residential communities, where these homes are providing the fuel for that fire to grow. We have to put more resources into our fire departments and firefighters, understanding that we are asking a lot of them that traditionally they never had to do. And because of their commitment to their profession, they're attempting to rise to the moment of crisis. But we need to put more resources into those individual professionals and into the departments that sustain that work with the mission. That is such an important mission in times like this. So, Mr. President, I thank you for your leadership, your foresight to understand what over these last 4 years we could do to leapfrog in front of what we know to be a changing climate to meet these types of moments. And God bless all of the people who are on the ground right now in California doing that work.
I thank you for your comments, and I think I totally agree with you, which will not surprise anybody. Look, there's an expression from a famous Irish poet. He said, all's changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born. All has changed in the weather. Climate change is real, fundamentally altering, not just here, but around the world. Around the world, what's going on. And we've got to adjust to it. We've got to adjust to it. And we can. It's within our power to do it. But we've got to acknowledge it to begin with. Just acknowledge that there's a change taking place, that we're not going to be able to legislate away. It's real. There is global warming. It's real. It's having a profound impact. And where it goes from here, I don't know, but I know one thing. We have the capacity to respond to it if we, in fact, exercise our good judgment. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, do you trust that California will get the aid they need in the next administration? Do you trust that California will get the aid they need in the next administration?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I pray God they will.
Do you have the trust?
Mr. President, do you have a sense of how much this is going to cost in the end?
No, the truth of the matter is no one can tell you that. For example, just clearing the debris. You saw what happened when we were dealing with the hurricanes that occurred from North Carolina to Florida. The cost of the debris cleanup is gigantic, gigantic. The cost of replacing the housing is almost exponential. I mean, we don't know what it is, but we know one thing we have to do. We have to stay with it. We have the capacity to do it, but we don't know that. Anybody give you a number now, they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's a big, big, big number.
Mr. President,
Whoa, wait a minute.
Mr. President, can you update us, please, on the Hamas hostages and what you think of the incoming administration's efforts and ultimatum?
I can, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for now. We're making some real progress. I met with negotiators today. I think there's what's going on right now in Lebanon, and we finally have a president. He's a first-rate guy. I spent time on the phone with him today, about 20 minutes to half an hour, what they have planned. They're also working very hard with the Lebanese military, accountable to the Lebanese people, not Hamas, not Hezbollah, not any other group. And so I think we're seeing some progress. And I know hope springs eternal, but I think I'm still hopeful that we'll be able to have a prisoner exchange. Hamas is the one getting in the way of that exchange right now, but I think we may be able to get that done. We need to get it done. Thank you all very much.
What else can you do to help Ukraine before you leave your office?
Thank you, folks. Please depart the Roosevelt Room. This pool spray is over. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, press. Thanks, Mark. Thanks,
Hey, tell me when it's not, this isn't blocking. Hold on just a second. Up more. That's good? That's good.
Thank you.
All right, I'll get you guys a level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Anybody else need any? You're good to go. And I got one more mic over here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're good on this one. Everybody good? Thank you. Do any of you need a white balance? Nope. Take a white balance. Good? Good? All right.
Speakers line up right over here. We're gonna have a flanking Chief Maroney and Sheriff Luna right over here. Sides. We'll have Chief over here.
We hit a drone. Remember that drone question this morning? Oh yeah, I heard it on the radio right now. Yeah. Now we hit a drone. So you're going to introduce some briefing on some swamp there? Yeah. So you're going to go second, he's going to go third. The city of Pasadena wants to also speak. I will kick it off. Yeah, that's okay. No, that's right. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is AJ Lester. I'm a public information officer for the Eden Fire here. We're going to have a press conference today at 3 p.m. Thank you for joining us. We're going to start off with 30 minutes of speakers, and then we're going to open it up for a few questions at the end, so please hold all your questions and comments until the end. We're going to start with the LA County Board of Supervisors Chair, Catherine Barger. Here she is.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this very important update regarding the Eden Fire and the needed support for our residents. Over the last 2 days, I've talked to countless residents, friends, and town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing, and we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eden Fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement, in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier, there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next, we're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence in public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire, but that number again is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings, or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County, best looking fire chief, Tony Maroney.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton Fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton Fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the Sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, if it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death
But one thing I have to say is that I have to really appreciate the first responders for making sure that the destruction was not even greater. I also want to say that there is help from Washington, D.C., and President Biden just announced something very, very important, which is our area has already been approved for the fire emergency management grants. It provides reimbursement for 75% of the firefighting costs. He just announced that he will reimburse 100% of the costs over the next 180 days. This is so important. The other thing I want to announce is that FEMA worked overtime to get their website going so that now you can go to disasterassistance.gov, input all your information, and you can see what you are qualified for and can get your place in line for disaster assistance. And then the third thing is that the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is coming out here from Washington, D.C. She toured the Palisades site, but she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Eaton. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo of Pasadena.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the city of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected in the county of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades, and certainly our community of Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the city of Pasadena. I'd like to thank all of the first responders with the county of Los Angeles, with the state, and those that are continuing to come to assist us. And it's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians, we have Red Cross workers, volunteers, who we also consider to be first responders. In Pasadena, our police chief and our executive leadership team is considering a curfew, and we'll have more information as it relates to a curfew. We certainly will welcome the augmented services and additional assistance of the National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for the work of your departments individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under a mandatory evacuation order. Those orders have not been lifted. And so we're starting to see people go back into those areas. And our message to you is stay out of those areas until you hear officially that the orders have been lifted. And you will hear that official word from the county and in the city of Pasadena from the city of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today showing their support. State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John Harabedian, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, Pasadena Police Chief Gene Harris. We truly do greatly appreciate you all being here. I know I've seen you more than I've seen my husband and my dog in the last week. But honestly, this is what it's about. We talk about community. It's also about working together to make sure that we work to make sure that our constituents are served. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Pono Barnes will be walking around with the microphone, so just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes. Amy Powell from ABC7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out, but can you talk about, would that involve blocking access roads to certain parts of these communities and how that might affect residents?
There's definitely going to be an impact on residents, but we will do whatever we can to brief the deputies and or National Guard members that are out there to be very sensitive to the needs of the residents. They've been through a lot, and we'll try and help them out as much as we can. Obviously, a big part of what we're doing is to protect the properties that are there. So in regard to specific details of road closures, we will be putting those out to what that looks like. We will try and minimize the impact to our community, but we're also trying to maximize the security around there. So we'll try and find a good balance. But I do want to reiterate that as we talk about the National Guard being deployed and or once the curfew comes on board, it's only going to affect the areas that have been heavily impacted by the fires. It is not a countywide curfew. It will not impact other cities in the county that have not been impacted. What we're looking at as we're drawing up the paperwork, we're looking at the zones that were evacuated, that were mandatory evacuations. That's where our primary focus is, keeping in mind that the wind's still blowing, the fire's still not contained, and we will be flexible enough to adjust to those areas and then take away areas where eventually we will be repopulating certain neighborhoods.
Can the items that President Biden has ordered be undone after January 20th?
That is a very good question, and executive orders can be undone by the next president. But I just hope that President-elect Trump sees that he needs to be a president for all of America, and wildfires don't have a political party. They don't. And if he wants to represent all of America, then he needs to make sure this continues to go through for the next 180 days.
Sheriff Luna, Joe Kwan with Spectrum News 1. This may be a dumb question, but as far as the curfew, is somebody walks in at past 6 p.m. in those evacuated areas? How will that work? Just so, I've seen a lot of people walking just to see if their homes are okay, their neighborhoods are okay, they're frustrated. How is that going to work? They just cannot walk in there, they'll get arrested? Just lay that out for us.
Yeah, it's not a dumb question at all. It's a very good question. Our deputy sheriffs, police officers will use very good judgment, common sense. They'll approach people. They'll ask them questions. Obviously, one of the first ones is, where do you live? They want to make sure that they belong there. If you don't belong there and can't explain why you're there, or it doesn't make sense, there will be further questions. The last thing we want to do in law enforcement is arrest somebody. We don't want to take enforcement action. We're out here, we're on a life-saving mission with our partners at the fire department, right? But if you have individuals, and we've unfortunately encountered many, not only arrested for looting, some for trespassing, and I believe our deputy sheriffs have prevented a lot of crimes from occurring just from confronting people and asking them the very questions I just gave you examples of. So we will continue to do that, but we'll listen to our community consistently, because if we're doing something that is causing a significant inconvenience to the residents who live there, we will adjust. But remember, the mission is to protect those neighborhoods from anybody who wants to do harm. And unfortunately, we've had some people trying to do that.
Can I just follow up on that? And I just want to follow up. I know that some of our electeds were on a phone call today, a Zoom call with our town council. They are elected for the county unincorporated area of Altadena, elected by the people of Altadena, and this was a request that they made. And mind you, the person that made the request lost her home. But she's doing it for the residents up there. I got a text last night from someone who evacuated, who can't get back up, whose home is intact, but has heard there's looting taking place in his neighborhood. So this is done, and I have to believe that the vast majority of the people are going to support it and are going to work with us. And to the sheriff's point, it's not a perfect science, and if you can prove that you have identification to be in there and are belong there, I'm sure the sheriffs are going to work with you. But at the end of the day, if you don't need to be up there, please stay away. It's still very active as it relates to fire, and we still have firefighters doing their job to make sure that it doesn't spread.
And then
Yes, sure.
right before the next question comes up, I just want to reiterate to our community that if you see somebody suspicious, somebody who you don't believe belongs there, dial 911. We have deputy sheriffs. In the other jurisdictions, they have police officers that are specifically assigned to what we call looter suppression. But I'm going to tell you something. We have a lot of undercover deputies out there as well. If you call on one of them, I encourage that too, because some of these guys and girls don't look like police officers. I'm telling you that because I'm warning people out there that are going to try and prey on our community. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, you're going to get arrested. And from my conversation with the district attorney this morning, I've had 2 conversations with him. He's going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law. It is not worth it. Don't try it here.
Yes, Sheriff Luna, J.R. Hall, NBC4. Will the deployment of the National Guard, will they be armed?
Yes, sir. They are soldiers, and they will be armed. I won't get specifically with what from a safety perspective for them, but I don't want anybody in the community to be intimidated by that. Please remember, there are members of the California National Guard that are your neighbors. They're your family members and friends. As a matter of fact, a lot of our deputy sheriffs, police officers, and firefighters are California National Guard. They are our people. Trust them. They're here. They're serving us, and they're going to help us out a lot.
And I just wanted, before we go on, Chief Gene Harris, City of Pasadena, while we're talking Altadena, we've got Lower Hastings Ranch. Hastings Ranch has been impacted. I know you may want to touch on the looting issue.
Gene Harris, Geneharris. As you've heard mentioned up here, and I won't beat the dead horse, looting is a very significant issue for us in law enforcement. In Pasadena, we have moved from the rescue and evacuation efforts, now transitioning to the community care and sanctity mission, and we will approach that with a stern approach to anybody wishing to violate the law, as you heard from the sheriff. The days of special orders that allow people to get away and obfuscate themselves from responsibilities of preying on our community are over here, and we're going to take that mission to new heights in making sure that we prosecute to the full extent of the law anyone who comes in the city to take advantage of these folks who have been removed from their home, evacuated from their home, inconvenienced, and certainly having to deal with loss, as you heard stated by the sheriff. So just understand that in the city of Pasadena, we will be very impactful on the way that we interact with folks who are coming in and out of any curfew zone, any area that's precluded from entry by the National Guard and other agencies that will be represented. And we will certainly make sure we are impacting this community and the protection of those folks who need it. So if the intent is to come into the city of Pasadena or any of the areas represented by law enforcement here, this is not the time, to take advantage of these folks, and we will take this very seriously, and the end result will be you in jail dealing with the consequences. If there is any other questions? Thank you.
Can I go? Hi, Grace Tui, Los Angeles Times. This is for Chief Maroney or any of the fire chiefs. We've heard reports about low water pressure at some of the fire hydrants in fighting the Eaton fire in the Altadena area. Was hoping to understand, did this impact firefighting? Was it an extra challenge you guys had to deal with? Is it ongoing also? And do you have any idea what's causing the low water pressure?
You know what? So I'll answer for LA County, and then I'll invite up Chief Augustine to speak for Pasadena. But I have not had any reports that the LA County Fire Department has suffered low water pressure or ran out of water here at this fire. We're in close coordination with the Department of Public Works. We speak to them often, and I haven't been advised of any issues that we've had. I know that there is a boil water directive for the Eaton fire because of the high amount of ash that's in the water. But for firefighting water, I haven't heard that we ran out of water or that we had low water pressure. Chief Augustine, if you could come up and speak to Pasadena's situation.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. Specifically for Pasadena, we did have a short period where we had a low flow state on a very small amount of our hydrants. We had an extreme amount of draw, multiple fire engines pulling water at the same time. We also did have a loss of power, which impacted our pressure. That was for a very temporary amount of time that first evening, and we have no impacts at this time. Thank you. I also, Chief Bartlett from Sierra Madre would like to also add to this.
Yes, thank you for your question. As far as the city of Sierra Madre goes, we have no reports of any issues with water or flow. So again, we have our own water service, water department. I'd like to give them absolute accolades for their making sure that we were able to have sufficient flows and be able to handle what we wanted to. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Ryan Carter from the Star News. Just a quick question on the incident commander was talking about wind and the possibility of wind still affecting and impacting the firefight. Can anybody elaborate on that a little bit more? Just what you're expecting over the next couple of days, 2-3 days? And also, if you could just give your name one more time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. My name's Don Frigulia, and I'm the operations section chief, so I'm not the IC. I'm running all the operations on the ground and in the air. Yeah, we're expecting more Santa Ana winds. If you look at the weather forecast, we do expect those. I think we're back in a red flag tomorrow, in fact, and then we're talking about Tuesday. Next week is another set of maybe even more robust, so we're not, doesn't want to give up yet. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just curious if you have concerns about flare-ups, coming with increased wind over the next couple of days.
Absolutely. It's so dry out there. I think the last figure I heard was over 260 days without rain down here, so it's very, very dry. The fuel bed's very receptive. Yep, we expect it.
Before you start, I just want to say the senator told me that she saw online that there is a rumor that FEMA is going to be at the Pasadena Convention Center, and we're being told that is not the case. That's why when the Congress member provided the address to go online, I'm being told that is what FEMA is asking residents to do. And if you don't have access to a computer, we are working to make sure the libraries are all available, and we have personnel there to help assist. Again, there's something going on online on social media talking about FEMA being at the Pasadena Convention Center, and that is not the case. I just wanted to set that record straight, and I appreciate you for letting us know. One last question. Go ahead.
Sheriff Luna, do you know, are you guys responding to missing persons reports at this time? Do you know how many you guys have received related to the fires?
Yes, we are still continuously not only responding to missing person reports, but really our routine calls for service. Our deputies are doing an amazing job of trying to find a balance between all of their responsibilities. I don't have any specific details. We could follow up with you on some of those. I am aware of a missing person report up at the Palisades Fire that ended in tragedy with a death. But if anybody believes somebody's missing, I encourage you to notify or call the local police department, and we'll do what we can to locate your family member, friend, or whoever it may be missing. Let me follow up with you with our PIO staff just to make sure I give you accurate information.
Thank you all for attending. Thank you to our partnering agencies and the public for all of your support. That will conclude our press conference for today. Everyone have a safe day.
Available. All good.
Any media that needs a sidebar for Spanish, we'll have a few Spanish speakers over to the side. So if anyone would like to get some Spanish interviews, we can do that over here.
when that happens, and it does interfere with our audio. So when you hear that, that's what's happening, because everybody down there is getting these alerts. But we're now talking about the area around Malibu Canyon, just next to that neighborhood that we were talking about. Now we're purely in Upper Las Virgenes. Farmfield Road is one street that already seems to have flames surrounding that block. Text me. Over here, off the nose, Robbie. Yeah, wait. Yeah, is that it right there? Yeah, that is that. Yeah, I'm looking at houses. I think we have a structure involved right here, guys. Go ahead, right off the, yeah, right in there, right along Collette Way. Right along Collette Way, a large body of flames in the middle of these homes. I don't see any homes touched yet, but look at that. There are homes on both sides of this brush area. That was Shady Grove Place, Sloan Place, Newcastle Lane, Melbourne Court. We're talking about two separate areas, so I don't want to confuse everybody. It's a large area now that is an immediate threat. You have two separate neighborhoods that are now being touched by this fire at the exact same time. So you've got one subdivision, Newcastle Lane, Sloan Place, right here along Shady Grove Place, and then you have the neighborhood Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park, immediately to the west. Both of these neighborhoods are now being touched by fire. I mean, you're right about that. And Calabasas, I mean, you're talking about a huge swath of Calabasas. I have a feeling that Hidden Hills should be spared here. In fact, they've already drawn lines between the fire and Hidden Hills. So I think all of the attention now is immediately to the west of Hidden Hills, where what started as a fire on Kenneth is now multiple fires. I know it's all one fire. We call it the Kenneth Fire. But as I look out the window from the helicopter, there are fires in various directions. We're talking about a large area where there are multiple fires burning and now multiple neighborhoods being touched at the same time. I just want to make that really clear. This isn't like one specific body of flames that these crews are trying to chase. They've already got tankers showing up. They've got helicopters over here. They are trying to flood the zone with structure protection, and they will do so at all costs to save as many structures as possible. But as you're seeing from our pictures, there is already flames surrounded by homes surrounded by flames. At this point, we have not seen any properties actually touched yet, but the threat is imminent. Yep, continuing to watch the fire get closer. Go ahead and push in right there. You can see some of the closest flames as fire crews pull into these neighborhoods. That is the dead end at Collette Way, and you can already see fire crews on the scene down there. I have already seen several people trying to use garden hoses to prevent this fire. This is not the time to pull out the garden hose. I know it's easier said than done, but it is a dangerous situation, and those garden hoses are just going to be no match for the flames that we're talking about and the fire, the way it's behaving. When you have a wind-driven fire blowing towards your property, there is not much that a little garden hose can do, and that's the problem here. You see people trying at all costs to save their properties, and you sympathize with them, and you can empathize, but at the same time, it is more important to grab your belongings and start getting ready or get ready to get out now. Right there. Yep. Same. I'm looking. It is. Looking down at the 101 right now, especially the southbound side of the 101, starting to see a real jam up as I presume folks are just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, but it is seeing a lot of slow traffic through here. As I do that, I'm also looking just to the north of us here and just trying to figure out, because there are so many active situations here between these two neighborhoods, fire approaching both of these neighborhoods. I've got to tell you, in some cases, you can already see where the brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If the brush clearance wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running into dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance buys time for those homeowners and for the fire department to get there, get the structure protection in place, even in a wind-driven fire where it's so easy to jump over a fire break or a road, or even if you've done the proper brush clearance, the wind could easily jump it, but you're still buying time. You're giving yourself every chance, and we're seeing the benefit of some of that brush clearance right here. You're seeing some of the clearance where you can see the fire kind of running up and then just kind of running out of fuel in some cases. It's really illustrative of the benefit of that brush clearance, but in other cases, that's not the case. And already, as I look out the right here, Rob, I'm not sure if you're looking in the same direction. There's a whole line of flames, again, coming close to another group of homes. What street is that? That's going to be Adamore Road. Fire, a line of fire running up right towards Adamore Road. It looks like there's some degree of brush clearance, but there's also a lot of trees. And again, lots of opportunity for those embers to blow through here. But Adamore Road, right here, fire right along the backyards of these houses. What's the cross street there? Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or Eden Park Drive. Eden Park Drive between Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Thousand Oaks Boulevard is the main street that runs through this neighborhood, and there is fire in this community that is brushing right up against these homes. Absolutely, and there's a lot of it. We've already seen a couple of tanker drops here and repeated drops by LA City Fire, Ventura County Fire, and it's really, you've got to imagine what they're dealing with the number of helicopters they have, and they do have a lot at their disposal, but as we've been repeating, resources are stretched thin, and you've got artillery across the county. LA County has resources now in the valley. You've got the Palisades. You've got the Eaton Fire that's being worked on. There are so many active areas, but they are bringing new aircraft into this situation, trying to smother it. But the concern here, my worry, is that there's so much fire blowing in a number of different areas now that it's almost like we use the term whack-a-mole, but even these drops, it takes just to get one head of the fire knocked down, takes repeated drops just to get one head. I count at least 3 separate areas that are really under immediate threat, and those are going to take many, many water drops. Look at those palm trees, David. Look at the breeze. Look at the breeze running through this neighborhood. Look at those palm fronds. It gives you a sense of just how windy it is down there. The winds have certainly picked up in the last couple of hours, just as Danny was talking about. And now you see it looks like an off-duty unit going house to house here, trying to get the word out in this neighborhood. Looks like an off-duty, he's on duty now, but that's a private vehicle. He's probably using his personal vehicle to start going house by house in the neighborhood here and start door knocking to get folks out. This is all Shady Grove Place that we're watching as this deputy, it looks like a deputy, but from my vantage point, looks like a deputy uniform walking through this neighborhood. Yep, that's the, what was that, the County Hawk? I'm sorry, that's a Colson. That's a quick reaction force. The quick reaction force now jumping into action here as that Sikorsky just dropped a couple thousand gallons of water on that hotspot just behind that very large home at the end of Collette Way. This is Collette Way at the cul-de-sac, and you can see all of these homes here where the fire is literally feet away, just feet away from these homes. Yeah. They've been. Yes, you're right. It's certainly moving. The forward progress has certainly not slowed down, but they have certainly jumped into action to make every effort to see hotspots, identify the properties, identify the homes, specific addresses that are under immediate threat, specific cul-de-sacs, specific edges of this neighborhood that are under immediate threat, and prioritize those areas with those water drops. If they do that effectively, they could hold this off and prevent a lot of damage, obviously, and that's the goal here, right, is to protect this property at all costs. But you can see the precarious situation because there is fire in the midst of the neighborhood. It's a very lush neighborhood that we're talking about. There are lots of trees and lots of palm trees at that are the real threat here once this fire penetrates the neighborhood. Go over to a little bit over to the left. A little over to the left. Right behind us, right over there. Okay, copy that. At this point, from what we could see, no homes touched. However, what we can't see is below the smoke. I don't know if there's any touched, but from what we could tell, from what we could physically see, we don't see actual structures burning at this point. You can see a lot of firefighting efforts already. They are already spraying down the area around this road here. We're going to tilt up to the neighboring neighborhood just to the west of here, and you can see more fire approaching that line of homes over there. This is going to be Elysia Canyon Drive, where you see a lot of thick smoke, which is concerning because where there's smoke, there's fire. And you can see right there in the backyard, looks like an apartment building with a little bit of fire right behind the building. More emergency alerts going out. I apologize for the audio dropouts, but you can see an apartment building right there. There is some brush clearance, some open space that is preventing that hotspot from moving towards that building. Again, another illustration of why brush clearance is so important. It's actually keeping the fire at bay, and right now the wind has not driven the fire into that building, but there's an apartment building right there where there is fire just a few feet away. This is all, again, at the end of Elysia Canyon Road, Farm Field Road, the same neighborhood we've been watching here has fire on the doorstep, but so far no structures that we have seen on fire. Copy. Right below us. Let's hold this. Are those houses or apartments? That's right. We're taking a look at the neighborhood, actually at the end of Ruthwood Drive, Colleen. There are now new flames approaching this group of homes and apartments right here at the end of Ruthwood Drive as this fire continues to spot and make its way through this neighborhood. A welcome sight right there as that tanker has spotted those flames and will likely be doing a drop here in not too long. There are a number of helicopters trying to cover as much ground as possible and drop as much water on the homes and the area around these homes that are under immediate threat. And there are a number of different parts of this neighborhood that are under the gun at the same time. So they're really fighting multiple fires at the same time. This is called the Kenneth Fire. The only last report that we have was 50 acres, but we can comfortably report that this is quadrupled, if not more, in size, and this has taken on a whole different dynamic as multiple neighborhoods are under threat and multiple fires have developed ahead of where this fire originated. You're taking a look at a helipad right there. These Firehawks and firefighting helicopters are dipping in only about a couple miles away to make these repeated water drops in very rapid succession, one after another after they identify these large bodies of flame approaching these neighborhoods. Again, continuing to focus on the area just to the west of Hidden Hills in the Malibu Canyon area. This is going to be north Upper Las Virgenes Road, where you see more flames, active flames, just off of Collette Way and Wellesley Drive. You can see flames no more than 50 to 100 feet away from these homes. But so far, the good news, the best news that we can report is that so far we have not actually seen any structures catch on fire, but there's a mandatory evacuation order for this neighborhood. Bill, flare up over there. Is that the one you're looking at? Okay. That's Ruthwood Drive, same area. Okay, very good. It's also not thick fuel. It's like grassy almost, right? How close is that head? Tilt down, right there, 100, yeah, about 100 feet. Yep. Keep the homes in the frame. Sorry, one more time. Yes. Oh, yeah. Copy that. Yep. What do you want to go with? There you go. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Los Virgenes Road. Just talking about evacuations. Yep, for sure. Yeah, that's the best shot for sure. Is it tilt down a little over to the left a little bit? There you go. Copy, copy. That's right, Colleen. The Kenneth fire is still burning, and the fire department is continuing their aerial assault on this fire, which has created multiple spot fires in and around the neighborhood of Upper Las Virgenes and Malibu Canyon, north of the 101 freeway, where Tim Caputo is right here. You're looking at Ruthwood Drive, which has a whole stretch of homes right here, and apartments on the other side, just off of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, where the closest flames are now within feet of these structures. But here's the good news. A lot has happened in the last few minutes. That aerial assault has been really, really effective, and they have knocked down a bulk of the most threatening parts of this fire, despite the winds that have really picked up and is whipping the smoke through this neighborhood. The leading edges of these fires have been extinguished to some extent, but there is still active flame. But here's the other thing. The wind is also shifting a little bit over to the west, a little further to the west and less to the southwest. And so now it's pushing it up this ridgeline towards Las Virgenes Road, but almost around this neighborhood, which is surrounded by grass. So what was earlier a pretty medium-fueled fire has turned into more of a grass fire in the immediate land around these homes. And that grass fire is not spreading nearly as rapidly as this fire was in the initial phase when it started in the West Hills area. So we've moved a little bit further to the southwest. The winds have shifted a little further to the west, and this neighborhood is now looking like it's in a much better position than it was even 15 minutes ago. So some good news there. However, this is not to be taken lightly. There is a lot of active fire, and these folks are heeding the warnings. As you can see, the 101 freeway is seeing a fair amount of evacuation activity, both on Las Virgenes and on the 101 freeway. We're seeing a lot of traffic start to stack up in both directions, and a lot of folks making their way out of this neighborhood. There is fire in the neighborhood. There is active flame and a lot of smoke. But what there is not so far are any structures that have actually caught on fire. And we have to breathe a huge sigh of relief there, but not let our guard down, because this is still a very active firefight. As you can see, that Chinook continuing these water drops in this neighborhood. Guys. Where are you looking? Oh, over there? Yeah, yeah. I thought so too. On the south side? Thank you for that. We got some flames over here off the front right. It's got some distance, but still. Yeah, it's a little something, something. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Sure. Yeah, several hundred acres going up in flames here. The good news is, guys, this has mostly been a medium to light fueled fire. And while the wind was really whipping this fire in the early stages, they've done a remarkable job tackling the main bodies of flame. And now you can see it continuing to spread through the hills here, but slightly in a different direction, away from the main area of concern that we've been so focused on for the last hour and a half. And that is giving a little bit of a sigh of relief to the folks in this neighborhood, but certainly still keeping a close eye on this Kenneth fire, which is still, as you can see in this shot right here, exhibiting really active grass fire flames just feet away from these properties. So they're keeping a close eye on it. There is structure protection in place. In almost every block you see fire trucks or some form of structure protection, and the water drops are continuing. That is the end of Ruthwood Drive, where you can see a whole lot of folks, or a whole lot of firefighters, I should say, lining that block, making sure none of these properties catch fire. If you go ahead and pan over to the right there, you can see a lot of flames off in the distance from these homes, just off the nose here, where you can see a little bit of a flare-up. But again, this is all barren hillsides here in the hills of Upper Las Virgenes, guys. Yeah, it's definitely a combination. You got a lot of smoke, you got folks wondering what's going on, and then you've got a lot of folks getting on the freeway at the same time, because I've got to tell you, this neighborhood is emptying out. I mean, you can tell that folks are heeding the warning, and you know, it's all covered in smoke. So I think about there's the off ramp right there. It's actually closed. They're shutting down the off ramp, but only allowing people out of the community and then onto the freeway. So that's also causing a little bit of a bottleneck as well. But in the moments that these evacuation orders are issued, you kick into gear, you pack your bags, you get in the car, and then it's oftentimes a little bit of pandemonium, because there's so much smoke. It's like driving through a fog as you're trying. Yep, if you can hear me. Yep, another. Yeah. Okay. Who texted us? What's that 818 number? Who is? Ask who it is.
My name is Zach Seidel. I'm Deputy Mayor Communications for Mayor Bass. We're going to start with a brief update on the Kenneth Fire. We're going to hear from Mayor Bass as well as Chief Crowley of LAFD. Following that, Mayor Bass will come back to the podium and provide remarks. We'll hear from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Senator Adam Schiff, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, Sheriff Robert Luna, County Fire Chief Deputy John O'Brien, Fire Chief Crowley, PD Chief Jim McDonnell, followed by Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. As always, we appreciate people signing up for notifications at Notify LA. We are also joined by leaders throughout the state and federal government. We're joined by FEMA Regional Administrator Bob Fenton, Congresswoman Luz Rivas, Congressman George Whitesides, Congressman Brad Sherman, Congresswoman Laura Friedman, Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, Congressman Ted Lieu, also Assemblymember Rick Zabur, Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez, Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, as well as Assemblymember John Harabian. We're also joined by Mayor of Santa Monica, Lana Negretti. Thank you so much, and Mayor Bass, I'll pass it off to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let me just thank all of the leaders that are here with us today. I think it is a perfect example of how we are speaking with one voice. We will unify our city, we will get through this crisis, and we will rebuild a better Los Angeles. First and foremost, of course, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos impacted by these continuing fires. There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds. This is a reminder that this is a very dynamic situation that can change quickly. The priority for all Angelenos remains stay safe and please follow directions from the public safety officials. When you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. When you don't evacuate, you compromise the abilities of the first responders, one, to address this crisis. You put yourself in danger and you put others in danger. Again, we know that this is an active situation. LAPD will be assisting with evacuations, and I want to thank the firefighters from all over the state and, frankly, from many other areas who have come to respond to this unprecedented situation. Now, for an update on this most recent fire, I'd like to call Chief Crowley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Crowley, Fire Chief of Los Angeles City Fire Department. We are now actively engaged in a new brush fire. We're calling it the Kenneth Fire in the West Hills area of Los Angeles on the border of Ventura County. This fire was over 50 acres upon arrival, with the potential for rapid growth over the next hour. Over 60 fire companies from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, LA County Fire Department, and Ventura County Fire Department were initially dispatched to the specific incident. Additional resources have been requested and are en route. The fire started in the city of Los Angeles and burned rapidly into the county of Ventura. Los Angeles County Fire Department and Ventura County Fire Department are in unified command. The LAFD is now an assisting agency. There are currently immediate evacuation orders in place south of Van Owen, north of Burbank, east of Valley Circle, and west of County Lane Road. An evacuation warning is in place west of Valley Circle, north of Saticoy, east of Woodlake, and south of Burbank. I will now be providing a quick update on the Palisades Fire. Current acreage is 19,978. There are currently 5,316 structures that were damaged or destroyed. And unfortunately, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families. We do have a confirmed 2 fatalities that are now due to this incident. In closing, I want to make sure that we thank the residents of Los Angeles for remaining vigilant, and this new fire shows that we are absolutely not out of this extreme weather event. I personally want to take and show, I should say, my thanks and gratitude to all of our firefighters, our first responders, and for their families for all the sacrifices, their relentless efforts in battling this historic fire. And I should make that plural, historic fires. Next up, we're going to bring back the mayor. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Crowley, for your leadership, and thank you for that update. We'll have critical updates on the state of this emergency broadly, including resources for Angelenos who have been impacted. Again, the priority of all Angelenos remains to stay safe and to follow directions from public safety officials. I was at the command post for the Palisades Fire with Governor Newsom and other federal partners earlier today, and we talked about strategies to provide relief. First, I just got off the phone with President Biden, and right before this press conference, I also spoke to Vice President Harris earlier today. Earlier today, the President announced the federal government would pay for 100% of disaster response costs from the wildfires in this area. This is unprecedented because usually it is not 100%. As the FEMA Administrator, Chris Wall, will discuss, new resources are also available for impacted Angelenos to recover from this emergency. So thank you, FEMA Administrator, for being here today and for your continued partnership on behalf of the White House. Second, as you heard from the update from the county, at the Eaton Fire Post, in coordination with the County of LA, we have requested the National Guard, along with the sheriff, and the county has implemented a curfew in all burn areas. And actually, let me correct that and say that the county is looking at a curfew but has not implemented it yet. In Los Angeles, we have had evacuation orders in place in the Palisades and in Sylmar. Those evacuation orders have the force of a curfew, meaning you must leave and you cannot come back into the area, period. 24 hours a day. We have to protect the area, especially from those properties that remain. I've joined the sheriff in inviting the National Guard to take on non-emergency roles and provide us with resources to keep the burn area secure so that our frontline firefighters and police officers can focus on saving lives. So let me be clear, there's going to be zero tolerance for anybody that would be, I don't even know how to say this, but that would dare to enter houses or loot property or anything from the individuals or from structures that remain standing. I was with D.A. Hochman this morning, and he made it very clear that if anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law. So my team is in coordination with the Adjutant General who heads the National Guard, and I've spoken with the governor about the National Guard to take on specifically non-emergency roles to free up our firefighters and officers to do the life-saving work that they do in the city so that we are sure to have enough resources to surge our first responders so that they can focus on the life-saving work. Third, we're already looking ahead to aggressively rebuild. The city of Los Angeles will lead in this effort in the areas that are impacted by the city. We are going to clear the red tape and unnecessary delays and cost and headaches that people experience in ordinary times so that we can rebuild your homes quickly. We're going to clear the way to rapidly rebuild our neighborhood infrastructure, which means roads, sidewalks, street lights, and utilities. We will clear the way to rebuild and open our small businesses and provide assistance to make it through these closures. This is a massive effort, but we will be ready, and we will get the job done by turning away from the usual city system and moving forward in a new direction. LA has to be strong, united. We will reject those who seek, in this emergency, when lives are at stake and lives have been lost, we will reject those who seek to divide us and seek to misinform, because as evidenced by the leadership standing here today, we will be united. We will rebuild our city, and we will do whatever is necessary to get us past this crisis. And we can do that by being united. So let me just introduce our FEMA administrator, and I really want to thank her for coming here from Washington, D.C., obviously on very short notice, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. First, I would just like to start by saying on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the entire Biden-Harris administration, our hearts go out to everybody who has been impacted by this truly tragic event. And I think as you heard Mayor Bass lay out her really aggressive vision for how you're going to rebuild, I just want you to know, Mayor, that we are going to be here with you along the way to help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger and more resilient. As the firefighters continue to bring in resources and support the suppression efforts for these fires, with the major disaster declaration, we now have the ability to begin having those conversations about recovery, as well as help the individuals who have lost everything on jumpstart their road to recovery. If you live in Los Angeles County and you have been impacted by this disaster, you can register for FEMA assistance. You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time, if you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time to get that debris removal out. I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now. First of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. But let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that had lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today, have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this, rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth Fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades Fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities.
and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth Fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Criswell for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton Fire affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton Fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down, based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth Fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself, those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department arson and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect, or the current evacuation order without valid reason, may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas. Traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce, following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. I'm sorry. My mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
You forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have, and we have made arrests behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request for 100 more deputies, or roughly 100 more deputies. So we are in the process, from a mutual aid perspective, of sending what we have internally and then requesting resources from counties around us as we are working, as you see and hear, many different priorities. Because this event continues and we continue to get new fires, the mayor mentioned it, Chief McDonald mentioned it, I've been working with the state, the Office of Emergency Services, for the last several days in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades Fire, at the Eaton Fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources, the city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia, and I'm sure as time goes on there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources throughout the county as needed, and then we may have to redeploy people, whether it is police officers, deputy sheriffs, or National Guardsmen, as we see. And then the state, again, I can't say enough about the Office of Emergency Services and the support of Governor Newsom, who has basically called and said, what do you need? What else can we send you? I also received a call from Commissioner Sean Dury from the California Highway Patrol. We have been utilizing their resources and using them through a mutual aid response throughout the county. I want to switch gears momentarily. You've heard the word curfew come up a couple of times. We as the county are in the process with our attorneys and our Office of Emergency Management of drafting that curfew paperwork. And as we're doing that, I cannot tell you if the curfew will be enacted tonight. The goal is for it to be enacted tonight, but once we get everything done, we may enact it tomorrow night. That being said, I want to make sure, and we've said it a couple of times, in the areas that have been evacuated, do not go in there unless you have specific business. And right now, the only people who have business in there are firefighters and law enforcement, or some kind of worker that's trying to put utilities back together for us. You will be detained. You will be arrested if you're doing there and you're up to no good. And as the mayor said, we've all talked to the district attorney, who says that they will prosecute without hesitation. So please make sure everybody understands that. And just going back to the curfew for clarification is not county-wide. The curfew will only take place in the impacted areas, specifically those areas that have had mandated evacuations. So, for example, in the city of Los Angeles, as they're requesting those National Guard resources, you're talking about the Palisades area. For us in Los Angeles County, it is also that Palisades, Malibu, Lost Hills area, and then the Altadena area. Pasadena, self-explanatory. Santa Monica, self-explanatory. And the other cities that are requesting the assistance. As you see, with all of our partners, from a mutual aid perspective, we are second to none anywhere in this country. Whether it is fire resources or it is law enforcement resources, we are able to depend on each other to make sure that we provide the best service we can to our community. Just the very last thing, if anyone has any questions about whether it's evacuations, mandatory, or warnings, or any traffic closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. And with that now, I will bring up the superintendent. We didn't forget about you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for your leadership. I would like to also thank the city leaders, county, state, and federal entities who have been responsive, who have been supportive and collaborative during very trying times. Today, we closed all schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, and we announced earlier today, because of a detailed examination of scientific data, wind trends, and the continuity of these awful fires, that would be prudent to announce early on the closure of all schools going into tomorrow, January 10th. We made this decision after reviewing, first and foremost, air quality data. Fires may be far away from some communities where we have schools. However, winds are transporting particulate matter, smoke, and ashes across the entire district. And yes, we celebrate when the winds subside, because that allows more effective combating of fires. But when the winds subside, often that cloud of smoke lingers over certain communities. When the winds pick up, obviously the fires explode, creating more smoke. Smoke for us is the enemy, as it compromises the air quality around our schools. We opened 8 feeding centers, grab-and-go food distribution centers across our community. We will increase that to 16 centers across Los Angeles Unified. We recognize that when we close schools, there are a lot of parents who depend on our schools not only for nutrition, but also for child supervision. That is why we partner aggressively, and I am indebted to the YMCA for opening 30 sites, providing child supervision with enrichment activities at no cost to the residents of our community. So tomorrow, our students will continue in a continuity of learning methodology, relying on digital resources available to them. We also recognize that some areas of our community are struggling with power, with electricity, obviously not being able to perhaps have connectivity or electricity for their devices. That is why at our regional centers we have packets of instructional materials for all grade levels and subject areas for those families that may need them. For tomorrow, not only are our schools closed, all extracurricular activities and athletic activities previously scheduled have also been canceled. Reopening the school system is not an easy process, particularly after a crisis like this one. We need to do indoor and outdoor cleaning, the replacement of filters. That's why I want to thank in advance our workforce, particularly SEIU 99, the Teamsters, everyone involved in the replacement of filters and the cleaning process in advance of our students and our staff returning to our schools. We will be examining the data tomorrow and into the weekend before making a decision about conditions as we head into Monday. I don't need to say what has been said. This is a set of unprecedented circumstances. At no point in the history of our community, or perhaps the country, have we had fires simultaneously happening, not one, multiple serious fires simultaneously occurring, wrapped around hurricane-level force winds. I come from a place where hurricanes are a constant, but there's no fire associated. So this is a real threat. I want to thank the first responders that are working tirelessly in our community, and we will be bringing information to our community, which can also be accessed on www.lusd.org. Unas palabras en español. Quiero primeramente agradecer a nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, los líderes locales, estatales y federales que están aquí con nosotros, asistiendo y apoyando a nuestra comunidad. Esos no son días fáciles. Decidimos cerrar todos nuestros planteles escolares hoy debido a las condiciones ambientales en nuestra comunidad, principalmente la calidad del aire en nuestra comunidad. Y es por esa razón que decidimos cerrar todas las escuelas en nuestro condado, en nuestra ciudad, mañana. Quiero agradecer a nuestra fuerza laboral porque decidimos abrir 8 centros de distribución de comida gratis para nuestra comunidad. La mayor parte de nuestros niños son pobres. Ellos dependen del desayuno y almuerzo gratis todos los días. Mañana vamos a tener desde 6 centros de distribución de comida gratis para nuestros niños. Vamos a continuar el proceso de educación de una forma virtual, pero sabemos que muchas personas no tienen electricidad en sus hogares en este momento. Y por eso, en nuestras regiones, y tenemos 4 regiones de nuestra comunidad, pueden obtener paquetes de instrucción para los niños. También estaremos ofreciendo salud mental gratis para todos nuestros estudiantes y nuestra fuerza laboral. The last thing I will say in English is we have activated our foundation to receive resources, gifts to support members of our workforce who, like many in our community, have lost their homes. I want to thank once again the efforts of our mayor and our leadership. I want to thank federal entities. We have lost 2 elementary schools and 1 high school is severely damaged. We have a moral and professional responsibility to bring normalcy to our community, and that requires investment in the infrastructure that has been compromised. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to open it up to questions. First question to Mayor, and then Mayor, can I ask a question really quickly? As you are speaking, behind you, we still have 20,000 acres burning in the Palisades, 0 containment, 5,000 structures destroyed or damaged. What is it going to take to stop this fire? Do you have enough resources? How many firefighters have been brought in?
And I'm going to answer that in part, but then, of course, I'm going to defer to our police chief that we have been fortunate with mutual aid, with support coming from basically all over the country. And, in fact, I was with the governor earlier. Canada is sending support. And I think that we have seen this. We have certainly seen Los Angeles City and County firefighters deployed around the country. Let me acknowledge Freddie Escobar, who is the head of the Firefighter Union. So just as we have provided mutual aid, I'm getting calls from some of my former colleagues in Congress who are now governors of state who have offered to send people. So I think we have been rich in support. I don't know if we ever have enough resources, but Chief, let you take it from there.
How are your firefighters holding up? Everyone has been flooding our social media and email and phones saying how wonderful our firefighters are. What more do they need? How exhausted are they?
I would love to start with that. So thank you so much for asking about our first responders and our partners. So take a deep breath, and I think about what our firefighters, first responders have been able to do. You look at the multiple fires, the fires keep coming. Our firefighters are working to the highest efforts. I've never seen this in my 25-year career, and I can tell you, as a chief, I can stand strong. I can tell you that LEFD and the rest of our regional partners, our firefighters, boots on the ground, are absolutely tired, but I tell you, they will never, ever give up. They will continue to work hard. They will continue, and we will continue to work to make sure that we're saving as many lives and saving as many properties as we can.
With everything they've been through, though,
the problems that we've been hearing from homeowners with water, with the 3 tanks that DWP supplies in that area running out.
Right.
Is that system fixed? Can you assure residents that those hydrants are again going to be working and that's going to be online? Residents are worried that there's a problem preventing you from stopping this fire. We're still at 0% containment.
Sure. What I can tell you first and foremost, one of the biggest assets right now is our air assets. They're in the air. You can see them. We're watching the news just like you. We're talking with everybody, boots on the ground, and the community members. That is one of the biggest key factors right now, especially with Palisades, is our air resources are running and they're dropping water and retardant, which is a huge asset for us. When it comes to the basic fundamentals of water supply and hydrants, I can tell you our firefighters are trained, and in many brush fires, we run out of water, and we anticipate that because of the supply demand. There's so many firefighters tapping into a limited supply of water. We're going to anticipate we're going to run out of water. But I tell you, with firefighters, we do train to that fact. We'll figure out a way to either draft waters out of pools, ponds, whatever it may be, and also utilize additional resources out there with water tenders that carry thousands of gallons. So what I can tell you, the firefighters are doing their very, very best. I promise you that. And also the air assets are a huge, huge thing that we're utilizing right now that'll help Palisades.
Is there a problem with the hydrant system? That's what homeowners are wondering.
Right now, we're not utilizing the hydrants.
And Mayor Bass, if I may just ask one more question. You just got back, and there's some national criticism that you've seen. You say we need to stand together.
Yes.
But there have been calls for your resignation. There's a change.org petition. What do you say to those criticisms coming at you?
Let me say, actually, first of all, let me finish on the firefighters, because everything the chief said, of course, I support. But there was one thing you didn't mention, and that is that while our firefighters are out there fighting fires, they also have had loss as well, whether it's their homes or property. And while they are going through what a lot of people are in these neighborhoods, they're having to fight fires. And let me just say, because I answered some questions like that in the morning, and let me just state now. Number one, these fires are burning now. Our job is to make sure that people stay alive, that we save lives, that we save homes, that we save property. And I also said that when the fires are out, we will do a deep dive. We will look at what worked. We will look at what didn't work, and we will let you know. Until then, my focus is on the TV screens behind you that are showing devastation that has continued. Thank you. Answered it in the morning, answered it now, won't answer it again.
Dakota. Oh, sure. In terms of President Trump, when he takes office, can he reverse any of the FEMA?
Oh, well, let me just say quickly that some of the staff from FEMA, and I know our administrator will say this too, are not political appointees. So they will continue to be in place, ones that we are working with today.
And I'm just going to ask you to repeat the question because I didn't hear it.
Given the antagonistic relationship with Trump that LA has, could he reverse any of the FEMA resources?
So this disaster declaration was already given, just like many declarations that have happened across the country. Last year, we had 179 disaster declarations. So those are all in place. And we have dedicated teams of people that are at our headquarters that are working on making sure that we're providing every flexibility within our authorities. But our regional administrator that's here in Region 9, Bob Fenton, he's a career employee. He has worked through all of these, and he will be working side by side with the state and with the city and the county to help them. We will continue to deliver our programs the way that we are directed to through the Stafford Act.
Next question right here in the black and then to Dave.
Mayor, are you able to address the false emergency alert that went out? Who authorized that? And because that's something we should be concerned about moving forward.
I have walking up our Director of Office of Emergency Services for the county. He'll address that.
He actually provided remarks earlier. Did you get that before?
We want to know who authorized it and if this is something we should be worried about moving forward as well.
As far as authorization, so when Unified Command determines a location is going to be issued as an evacuation order or an evacuation warning, the incident commanders designate that. That then gets communicated to the Los Angeles County's Office of Emergency Management and the Emergency Operations Center, who actually do the function of, through a technological system, a software system, issuing that. There was an error within that system that went beyond the zone that was designated. So the correct zone was designated as authorized by the incident commanders on what was supposed to be a zone for the Kenneth Fire.
This is a question for the fire chief. Last month you wrote a memo that was transmitted to the mayor and it was circulated widely on social media over the last 24 hours, where you voiced alarm at a $7 million reduction in, I always get this wrong, overtime variable staffing hours. And in your memo you said the reduction severely limited the department's capacity to train for and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. And I'm wondering how much of that $7 million would have gone to emergency response and preparation, and did it affect operations in this disaster?
Sure. So in regard to the budget cut, that was a $17 million budget cut from our current budget, 25-26. I made some difficult decisions in regard to certain types of duties and responsibilities that our firefighters take on that are non-emergency. We refocused our efforts on utilizing our budget that we had allotted, and we focused back on number one fundamentals in regard to emergency operations and training. We made our adjustments. We're working closely with Mayor Bass. She's supporting us on this. We have an interim budget that will also assist us when it comes to emergency operations. We pre-deployed, so we did everything. I can tell you, we're working with Mayor Bass, we're working with city leadership in regard to the current budget, and what I do want to focus on is 25-26. I did submit my 25-26 budget with the specific ask in regards to what the LEFD needs to move forward with providing the optimal emergency services care. Thank you.
But did it actually affect, because part of the question was, did it affect this emergency, the scenario you described, did it affect this emergency, and were you asked to cut the budget again by 6% in this next budget year? Were you asked by the mayor's staff to make another 6% reduction?
So there was a budget reduction exercise. That was for the remainder of this fiscal year. We were not cut.
Next fiscal year, were you asked for that?
No.
But Chief, the mayor said this morning it did not affect this emergency. Did it affect this emergency?
Folks, are there any other questions here?
That's a simple question, isn't it?
Right here in the green.
This is for Sheriff Luna. Sheriff Luna, can we have a clarification in the location of the decedents? How many from the Palisades Fire? How many from the Eden Fire?
We're still in the process of determining that. There are, unfortunately, fatalities at both locations. But please be patient with us. As everybody has stated up here, this is an active, chaotic situation in all the places that we're at. So we'd like to know, but we want to give the most specific, accurate information. So we're going to wait until it is safe. And just to paint a picture for you, our firefighters, our deputy sheriffs, our police officers are going into these areas. There are still active fires. There are gas leaks. It is dangerous. When it is safe, we will go in there with the appropriate resources and make sure that we get an appropriate count. I pray it doesn't go beyond what we're hearing now, but I don't want to give false information. We are talking about deaths. There are people hanging on, waiting to hear from family members. This is very serious, and we want to get it right.
I just want to clarify, is the interim total 5 or 6? I know you're still calculating, but I just want to make sure we're accurately reporting what the total, as we know it is, with the new death reported in the Palisades Fire.
Yeah, the last number that we gave was 5. I believe that splits 2 from Palisades and 3 from the Altadena incident. But even as I'm telling you that, it's leaving my lips, I'm nervous about that number. And the obvious question is, do you think it's going to grow? I am praying it doesn't, but based on the devastation, that is clear. It looks like a bomb, an atomic bomb dropped in these areas. I don't expect good news, and we're not looking forward to those numbers.
County OES said that it was a glitch, that the evacuation orders went out across the county, and they're not sure exactly how it happened. Are you concerned that that could happen again? There were a lot of people. That reached probably 10 million people, that's the estimate. Are you concerned that that could panic people in the future until we find what the glitch is?
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, under these very stressful scenarios that our entire community is going through, that's the last thing that we want to happen. But in this day and age, we depend on technology, and sometimes technology isn't perfect. I have all the confidence that Kevin, his team will go back and look at with our technology people from the county. We don't want to repeat it. Personally, my daughter called me and said, "Oh my God, I think I have to evacuate." And I said, "Honey, no, you don't have to. I get it. It's not what we wanted to go out, but we're going to try and fix it." We are we're in the middle of a crisis, and communication is very important, and people are tense right now. And that's why we are going out of our way as a team to communicate at least twice a day with all of you so we get the best information out. So we'll fix it.
in various directions. We're talking about a large area where there are multiple fires burning and now multiple neighborhoods being touched at the same time. I just want to make that really clear. This isn't like one specific body of flames that these crews are trying to chase. They've already got tankers showing up. They've got helicopters over here. They are trying to flood the zone with structure protection, and they will do so at all cost to save as many structures as possible. But as you're seeing from our pictures, there is already flames surrounded by homes, homes surrounded by flames. At this point, we have not seen any properties actually touched yet, but the threat is imminent. Yep, continuing to watch the fire get closer. Go ahead and push in right there. You can see some of the closest flames as fire crews pull into these neighborhoods. That is the dead end at Collette Way, and you can already see fire crews on the scene down there. I have already seen several people trying to use garden hoses to prevent this fire. This is not the time to pull out the garden hose. I know it's easier said than done, but it is a dangerous situation, and those garden hoses are just going to be no match for the flames that we're talking about and the fire, the way it's behaving. When you have a wind-driven fire blowing towards your property, there is not much that a little garden hose can do, and that's the problem here. You see people trying at all costs to save their properties, and you sympathize with them, and you can empathize, but at the same time, it is more important to grab your belongings and start getting ready or get ready to get out now. Right there. Yep. Same. I'm looking. It is. Looking down at the 101 right now, especially the southbound side of the 101, starting to see a real jam up as I presume folks are just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, but it is seeing a lot of slow traffic through here. As I do that, I'm also looking just to the north of us here and just trying to figure out, because there are so many active situations here between these two neighborhoods, fire approaching both of these neighborhoods. I've got to tell you, in some cases, you can already see where the brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If the brush clearance wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running into dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance buys time for those homeowners and for the fire department to get there, get the structure protection in place, even in a wind-driven fire where it's so easy to jump over a fire break or a road, or even if you've done the proper brush clearance, the wind could easily jump it, but you're still buying time. You're giving yourself every chance, and we're seeing the benefit of some of that brush clearance right here. You're seeing some of the clearance where you can see the fire kind of running up and then just kind of running out of fuel in some cases. It's really illustrative of the benefit of that brush clearance, but in other cases, that's not the case. And already, as I look at the right here, Rob, I'm not sure if you're looking in the same direction. There's a whole line of flames, again, coming close to another group of homes. What street is that? That's going to be Ardmore Road. Fire, a line of fire running up right towards Adamar Road. It looks like there's some degree of brush clearance, but there's also a lot of trees. And again, lots of opportunity for those embers to blow through here. But Adamore Road right here, fire right along the backyards of these houses. What's the cross street there? Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or Eden Park Drive. Eden Park Drive between Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Thousand Oaks Boulevard is the main street that runs through this neighborhood, and there is fire in this community that is brushing right up against these homes. when that happens, and it does interfere with our audio. So when you hear that, that's what's happening, because everybody down there is getting these alerts. But we're now talking about the area around Malibu Canyon, just next to that neighborhood that we were talking about. Now we're purely in Upper Las Virgenes. Farm Field Road is one street that already seems to have flames surrounding that block. Text me. Over here, off the nose, Robbie. Yeah, wait, yeah, is that it right there? Yeah, that is that. Yeah, I'm looking at houses. I think we have a structure involved right here, guys. Go ahead, right off the, yeah, right in there, right along Collette Way. Right along Collette Way, a large body of flames in the middle of these homes. I don't see any homes touched yet, but look at that. There are homes on both sides of this brush area. That was Shady Grove Place, Sloan Place, Newcastle Lane, Melbourne Court. We're talking about two separate areas, so I don't want to confuse everybody. It's a large area now that is an immediate threat. You have two separate neighborhoods that are now being touched by this fire at the exact same time. So you've got one subdivision, Newcastle Lane, Sloan Place, right here along Shady Grove Place, and then you have the neighborhood Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park, immediately to the west. Both of these neighborhoods are now being touched by fire. I mean, you're right about that. And Calabasas, I mean, you're talking about a huge swath of Calabasas. I have a feeling that Hidden Hills should be spared here. In fact, they've already drawn lines between the fire and Hidden Hills. So I think all of the attention now is immediately to the west of Hidden Hills, where what started as a fire on Kenneth is now multiple fires. I know it's all one fire. We call it the Kenneth Fire. But as I look out the window from the helicopter, there are fires in various directions. We're talking about a large area where there are multiple fires burning and now multiple neighborhoods being touched at the same time. I just want to make that really clear. This isn't like one specific body of flames that these crews are trying to chase. They've already got tankers showing up. They've got helicopters over here. They are trying to flood the zone with structure protection, and they will do so at all cost to save as many structures as possible. But as you're seeing from our pictures, there is already flames surrounded by homes, homes surrounded by flames. At this point, we have not seen any properties actually touched yet, but the threat is imminent. Yep, continuing to watch the fire get closer. Go ahead and push in right there. You can see some of the closest flames as fire crews pull into these neighborhoods. That is the dead end at Colette Way, and you can already see fire crews on the scene down there. I have already seen several people trying to use garden hoses to prevent this fire. This is not the time to pull out the garden hose. I know it's easier said than done, but it is a dangerous situation, and those garden hoses are just going to be no match for the flames that we're talking about and the fire, the way it's behaving. When you have a wind-driven fire blowing towards your property, there is not much that a little garden hose can do, and that's the problem here. You see people trying at all costs to save their properties, and you sympathize with them, and you can empathize, but at the same time, it is more important to grab your belongings and start getting ready or get ready to get out now. Right there. Yep.
Probably within the next, I would say 48 hours or so, all that line is going to be buttoned up and be holding line that can be utilized in the event that something does come out of here on a significant wind or terrain runs.
Good evening, Rich Thompson. I'm the incident meteorologist for the Palisades incident. The incident meteorologist is here on site. I provide all the weather support that the team needs to help manage the fire. That includes forecasts, briefings like this, interviews, things like that. So I'm here to provide any and all weather support that the team needs. Now, weather-wise for this fire, when the fire broke out, the area was under extremely strong Santa Ana wind event and under extreme red flag conditions. And those red flag conditions have persisted up to this point, and they're going to continue through tonight and tomorrow morning. So we have red flag in effect for this area until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. So you're going to see tonight is kind of one last little uptick in those Santa Ana winds. You're going to have some pretty gusty north-northeast winds later tonight and during the morning tomorrow, probably gusting about anywhere from 30 to 45 miles per hour. But then, fortunately, by tomorrow afternoon, those winds will start to diminish dramatically across the fire, and actually we'll start getting a more weak kind of onshore sea breeze sort of wind across the fire, which will help the efforts overall through the day tomorrow. Then going into the weekend, we still have going the rest of the day of Friday into Saturday, very quiet, very calm conditions, just typical winds, onshore sea breezes, things like that. But then unfortunately, beginning Sunday and continuing through most of next week, we have a return of the Santa Anas. Looks like an extended period of Santa Ana winds for next week. Generally weak to moderate level, so probably some pretty gusty winds out there. But even a chance for some strong Santa Anas by the Tuesday of next week. So it's definitely something I'm watching on a daily basis here in the fire. But again, we're looking for a little respite on Friday and Saturday from the Santa Ana winds, but then they're going to pick up again Sunday through most of next week.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Campbell. I'm one of the fire behavior analysts for the incident.
So our fire has grown and spread over the last couple of days quite well, and that's mostly because we've had some really favorable conditions. We've had really favorable conditions for fire growth. The obvious one here is the really strong winds that we've had. The Santa Ana wind event has really driven it from the north to the south, as well as the really dry air that's associated with that. So the relative humidities have made the air really dry, and that's in addition to our fuels. Then the fuels are also very receptive to burning right now because, well, we just haven't had any rain here all fall and into the winter. But by this time of the year, we should have had considerably more rain, and that would have encouraged the vegetation to start growing new vegetation and make it a lot less receptive to burning. So all of those conditions have made a ripe environment for fire spread, and that's what we've seen in the last couple of days. So tomorrow we will see, again, favorable conditions for fire growth and spread. It will continue to be windy and dry. The good news is that we will start to see a moderation of that fire growth and fire spread tomorrow. The extreme winds that we've seen will start to diminish, and we will start to see a change in the direction of those winds. So where we've seen from north to south, we're going to start to see more now a south to north. So the direction where we expect to see fire growth tomorrow are in those areas of the fire and the terrain that will favor the up canyon from south to north. So up here in Sullivan Canyon and Rustic Canyon and Mandeville Canyon, these are all canyons that are in line with the winds, and so those will be the areas that the fire will really want to go, just like Waterwood. Same thing for Topanga Canyon. And then over here in Montanito, it's possible that some of those winds could push up over the slope and really want to drive that fire down in that direction. And that's what we should expect for fire behavior tomorrow.
And next up, we're going to switch over to law enforcement operations with the Los Angeles Police Department Commander Enbridge.
Good afternoon. I'm Commander Steve Embrick of the Los Angeles Police. I'm the Los Angeles Police Department's incident commander. So today we have over 150 police officers deployed throughout the LA City area of operations on the Palisades Fire. And the missions that our officers are assigned to are to conduct traffic control, crime suppression, and on order if they need to execute a hasty evacuation mission. Although we have responded to many calls for service within our area of operation, we only have one verified burglary report so far within the city of LA limit for the Palisades Fire. So far, we have made no arrests, and I can tell you that on behalf of Chief McDonald, we have taken the governor's offer and greatly appreciate his deployment of the California National Guard resources out here, and we are going to deploy them along traffic control points, which will free up additional police officers to conduct other law enforcement missions, such as crime suppression. We want to remind residents that this area covered in the evacuation order is still closed for all persons. The only time we are allowing people into the evacuation order area is to recover essential prescription medication. And to obtain that escort, to obtain entry, you need to meet at one of those traffic control areas, and they will be escorted in by officers, given an appropriate amount of time, and escorted back outside of the evacuation area. Thank you.
And next up, we'll have the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Carr from Malibu Lost Hills Station. As of right now, we have over 100 deputies deployed into these fire areas in our jurisdiction. We are currently working right now with looter suppression, traffic control, and assisting with evacuations. As of right now, we've had only one report of looters arrested. 2 people were arrested for looting earlier today. As we go forward, we will be continuing with the assistance of of, again, traffic control, further evacuations if needed, and we will keep you informed. We just want to let you know to stay informed with official channels regarding evacuations, and if you are ordered to evacuate, please do so. But we are going to continue to partner with our other law enforcement personnel as well as our fire personnel to shepherd you through this crisis. Thank you.
Next up, we will have the Unified Palisade Incident Commanders.
Good evening. I'm Brian Martin. I'm the Deputy Unified IC for Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you can see, the size of the fire and the conditions that operations and the meteorologists and the fire behavior analysts went over, this fire continues to be a very challenging and difficult situation for us to handle. We have a lot of resources locally and responding from all up and down the state and even out of state on the West Coast to help us battle this fire. Some of the challenges that we face are the maintaining the evacuations of the areas. We'd like to thank you, the public, for evacuating early and often. Like when we told you to evacuate, it makes our job much more easy. Those of you that remain in the outer lying areas of the warning areas, maintain your vigilance and be ready, set, and go when we tell you to go. We've had a couple of new fires in the region, and I would say that everyone has been vigilant in following those orders, and we just ask you to maintain that. Also like to thank our partners, our local law enforcement partners that were just up here, Los Angeles City Fire Department, and especially CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for coming in to help us manage this incident. Everyone here has been great partners, and we look forward to continuing that communication out to the public. Thank you.
Next, we are going to read aloud some of the questions that we received. Oh, pause. We are going to go ahead and have the Los Angeles Fire Department Incident Commander in Unified speak to the incident. Okay.
Good evening, Assistant Chief Joe Everett, Los Angeles City Fire Department. First, I'd like to give my heartfelt feelings towards the neighbors that we have in Los Angeles City for some of the devastating losses that have occurred, and also our neighbors in the Los Angeles Malibu area. I want you to know that we're going to be in this with you until the end. So the Los Angeles City Fire Department has been on scene mostly in the confines of the city of Los Angeles for going on well over 48 hours, and our people are out there working as hard as they can to try to mitigate what's been happening. We'll continue to be here throughout this event, and I just wanted to reach out, thank law enforcement, and also I want to thank the public that did participate in the evacuations and helped us get up there and do the best we can for the incident. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to read aloud the comments that have been placed in the chat, and we will get a couple of them answered. Any questions that are asked after the fact, or the questions that are answered by our operations chiefs, we will put them in a fact sheet and have them shared tomorrow on the LAFD and the LASD Facebook page.
Good evening again, Christian Litz Operations. I'll read a couple questions and go through them. And then hand it off, and my partner, the other operations, Landon Hack, will answer some more questions. First question, what is a structure? What we consider a structure is anything that is a building, and so when you talk about structures, it could be a single-family dwelling, it could be a commercial building, it also could be an outhouse. So anything that is a building that we need to mitigate issues. So that's what a structure is. Why isn't preventative FOS check a thing? So when you use retardant or FOS check, there's a latency period. There's a period when it is moist, there is moisture in it that is most effective. Eventually that FOS check will dry out and the fire will still be able to burn through that and get going. So there has to be a good combination. When you look at the FOS check that's being put on the ground, we need to add the ground resources, have to go in and still cut away the fuel bed away from the burning fuel. So the FOS check helps the fire activity lower down, allows it, and gives us time to get those resources in, but one cannot operate without the other. So we always have to get the people on the ground to make sure that we lock in that edge. How are they able to suppress the fire or control it without water? Very good question. So when you're talking about perimeter edges, there is tactics that we can utilize to do it without fire. However, the fire behavior does it. So if you look at any of our manuals, I'll just give you a little hint in the back door of firefighting, the only way that we can actually construct control line, which is using chainsaws, hand tools to cut the fuel away from the fire, we're only most effective when the flame lengths are about 4 feet tall. Because of the heat, because of the danger, it's unable to do it with the firefighters. So once these flames, with the erratic wind and the wind damaging winds that we had, you're having flame lengths 30, 40, 50 or more higher. We are unable to get in there without the water support. We did have water during this operation. We are limited. The fact is when we fight a normal structure fire, we flow about 1,000 gallons a minute fighting that normal structure fire. And that's a single structure fire with the multiple hand lines and maybe heavy streams that we use that flow more water. If you can imagine how many structures we're burning plus perimeter, we just outpaced the amount of water that any major water source can supply. So we had to use alternate tactics, bring in water tenders that we ordered a whole bunch. DWP did a great job bringing extra. So we're basically mobile hydrants to be able to fight the fire. This question is, what are the biggest challenges that remain? To be honest, the biggest challenge that remains is when you have a fire of this size, it's always resource management. We are always limited on resources. You never have enough resources with one fire. Now, if you talk about the Eaton fire went off, which is another damaging fire that has grown in the time. Then the Hearst fire, and then the Lydia fire in Acton came off, and then today, with the new fire, the Kenneth fire. So we're constantly competing with resources availability, constantly competing with the weather conditions that we've been having. Also, if you look at aircraft, which is a prime real estate, one thing that we do to help to manage those challenges is we are constantly talking with the other resources. We talk to Air Attack, which is a fixed wing running our air resources, and we are constantly shifting resources to other fires to help mitigate, try to keep fires as small as possible, and then bring them back here, again, to our priority areas within this fire. This question is, how concerning is the fire so close to Mulholland? So, being a firefighter for over 20 years, it is always concerning when we have fires next to structures. Everybody in this room is very concerned with any kind of life in structures because that is our priority number one. So I'll never downplay anything like that. We are doing hard work to contain, to keep the smallest footprint as possible. Full suppression fire, we like to say that, and then lock it. Remember, we plan to keep it small. We plan to keep it away from the structures. We put as much resources as we can in there, but we always prepare for events to change and for us to have to change directions. So we're very vigilant on that. And I'll hand it over to my partner, Landon.
Good evening, Landon Hack, Operations Section Chief. First question is, will volunteers be taken from fire departments around the U.S.? Resources are being ordered or requested from out of state. It would just kind of depend on the organizations within that state and how they staff that equipment and move them out of state. So there probably could be some volunteers in with that, but not, we can't say for sure how they're staffing that. So potentially, yes, some volunteers could be coming from other fire departments in the U.S. The next question is, why have the National Guard Aviation Let me start that over. Why have the National Guard aviation units not been activated out of Point Magoo? So the state and CAL FIRE are currently in the process of activating the National Guard's units. I don't know specifically about that location, but that's all part of the activation plan and proximity and stuff like that, where they come from. And this one is, when will the strategic brake line be finished? The line outside the fire. So I spoke a little bit to that. We call it contingency line that's set back off of the actual fire's edge in the event that the fire crosses our lines on the edge. So that line is usually pretty labor intensive and wide. We do a lot of brushing on it. We do some mastication if that's applicable for the fuel model in there. And there's miles of it that need to go in. We've gotten some miles done, but we're hoping that within the next 48 hours, give or take, that it will be completed enough to be able to hold fire. When we do put that line in, we do, is the map still up? When we put that line in, we do prioritize and try and start in areas that we think are going to be impacted first if we were to have the fire come across the direct control lines. So that's why up above Sullivan Canyon here, that ridge line is essentially done. There's some areas up above Silva Park and there that are done, and it's kind of gets dotted together eventually. So the resources kind of leapfrog ahead of each other, and the dozers, it makes the bulldozers that are doing the bulk of that work be able to get it done quicker.
That concludes tonight's meeting. Thank you everyone for joining us.
Lemonade Pet Insurance helps you cover the cost of your pet's health care. It's so good. You'll wish you were a pet. Every pet is different, so Lemonade lets you customize your policy to only pay for the coverage you actually need. Pro tip, the sooner you sign up, the more coverage your pet is eligible for. And when you do end up at the vet, Lemonade can save you up to 90% on the bill. Get a quote at lemonade.com/pet.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she is looking pretty tired, Jill.
She's stuck, Bill, and that deadline is looming.
It looms for us all, Jill.
Wait a minute. She just pulled up Grammarly.
Grammarly is an AI writing partner that helps you make your point.
She just asked Grammarly to help her write a summary of her doc, and she's shortening it. Look at that. She's done. And it's in!
It's in! It's a touchdown!
Download Grammarly for free.
There's a photo out there of me doing a knife edge pass by the LSO platform. And there's a lot of the statements saying, well, I got in trouble and the pilot got in trouble and was grounded, and that's not the case at all. It was actually the opening move to my at-sea flight demo. So I got away with a lot of stuff at that time.
same. I'm looking. It is. Looking down at the 101 right now, especially the southbound side of the 101, starting to see a real jam up as I presume folks are just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, but it is seeing a lot of slow traffic through here. As I do that, I'm also looking just to the north of us here and just trying to figure out, because there are so many active situations here between these two neighborhoods, fire approaching both of these neighborhoods. I've got to tell you, in some cases, you can already see where the brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If the brush clearance wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running into dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance buys time for those homeowners and for the fire department to get there, get the structure protection in place, even in a wind-driven fire where it's so easy to jump over a fire break or a road, or even if you've done the proper brush clearance, the wind could easily jump it, but you're still buying time. You're giving yourself every chance, and we're seeing the benefit of some of that brush clearance right here. You're seeing some of the clearance where you can see the fire kind of running up and then just kind of running out of fuel in some cases. It's really illustrative of the benefit of that brush clearance, but in other cases, that's not the case. And already, as I look out the right here, Rob, I'm not sure if you're looking in the same direction. There's a whole line of flames, again, coming close to another group of homes. What street is that? That's going to be Ardmore Road. Fire, a line of fire running up right towards Adamar Road. It looks like there's some degree of brush clearance, but there's also a lot of trees, and again, lots of opportunity for those embers to blow through here. But Adamore Road, right here, fire right along the backyards of these houses. What's the cross street there? Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or Eden Park Drive. Eden Park Drive between Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Thousand Oaks Boulevard is the main street that runs through this neighborhood, and there is fire in this community that is brushing right up against these homes. When that happens, and it does interfere with our audio. So when you hear that, that's what's happening, because everybody down there is getting these alerts. But we're now talking about the area around Malibu Canyon, just next to that neighborhood that we were talking about. Now we're purely in Upper Las Virgenes. Farmfield Road is one street that already seems to have flames surrounding that block. Text me. Over here, off the nose, Robbie. Yeah, yeah, is that it right there? Yeah, is that? Yeah, I'm looking at houses. I think we have a structure involved right here, guys. Go ahead, right in there, right along Collette Way. Right along Collette Way, a large body of flames in the middle of these homes. I don't see any homes touched yet, but look at that. There are homes on both sides of this brush area. copy that. Air 7 control room, you up? Hey, we've got your shot here. You want to take a picture? Ten four. Thank you. Hey, Nicolette, go ahead. Where? Where? No, we're leaving. We're on our way to Palisades. Same. I'm looking. It is. Looking down at the 101 right now, especially the southbound side of the 101, starting to see a real jam up as I presume folks are just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, but it is seeing a lot of slow traffic through here. As I do that, I'm also looking just to the north of us here and just trying to figure out, because there are so many active situations here between these two neighborhoods, fire approaching both of these neighborhoods. I've got to tell you, in some cases, you can already see where the brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If the brush clearance wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running into dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance buys time for those homeowners and for the fire department to get there, get the structure protection in place, even in a wind-driven fire where it's so easy to jump over a fire break or a road, or even if you've done the proper brush clearance, the wind could easily jump it, but you're still buying time. You're giving yourself every chance, and we're seeing the benefit of some of that brush clearance right here. You're seeing some of the clearance where you can see the fire kind of running up and then just kind of running out of fuel in some cases. It's really illustrative of the benefit of that brush clearance, but in other cases, that's not the case. And already, as I look at the right here, Rob, I'm not sure if you're looking in the same direction. There's a whole line of flames, again, coming close to another group of homes. What street is that? That's going to be Ardmore Road. Fire, a line of fire running up right towards Adamar Road. It looks like there's some degree of brush clearance, but there's also a lot of trees, and again, lots of opportunity for those embers to blow through here. But Adamore Road, right here, fire right along the backyards of these houses. What's the cross street there? Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or Eden Park. Copy that. Are there any air resources here? There are. Is that a helicopter? Are they doing drops, Rob? Can you tell? What would you call it? Yeah, what area, what location would you call this? We're in the Santa Monica Mountains. It's all like state land. Christina, do you have an updated acreage on this fire? $20,000 acres. Copy. There you go. Who was that? Copy. Yeah, you're taking a live look at the Palisades Fire, which is continuing to creep its way through the Santa Monica Mountains, David. You can see we're basically in between the San Fernando Valley and Brentwood. Brentwood to the south, obviously, and you can see these ridge lines lighting up as LA County Fire continues nighttime operations. Several helicopters patrolling the area and dropping water repeatedly over the main head of this fire, basically just trying to tamp down some of the major flare-ups so it doesn't send too many loose embers out over the valley or over the basin. And right now you can see that fire still lighting up the night sky with that glow, very visible from both the LA side or the city side as well as the San Fernando Valley side. Really brilliant flames coming from just to the west of the 405. David? Booth, go ahead. Sure. Copy that. Copy. Go for it. 2 minutes. Out my window. Copy. That's right. You're watching another water drop in progress. They are continuing minute after minute, David. A number of helicopters continuing to operate throughout the night with the luxury of night vision in many of these choppers, all these choppers actually, that are fighting this fire as this 20,000 acre Palisades fire continues to burn through the Santa Monica Mountains in the middle of, well, really the middle between the valley and Brentwood, just to the west of the 405 freeway. So you're really kind of in no man's land here. This is all state territory, and you can see it is really lighting up the night sky, sending out a tremendous glow across the entire city. You can really see this from all angles. A really brilliant fire. Whenever they see those really big loom-ups, those really big flare-ups that light up, that's what they really aim for with those water drops, because what they don't want is for the flames to get too tall. Tall flames means you're sending more embers and more particulates in the air, and so they want to try and minimize that and tamp down the fire until the big guns come back in the morning. Those air tankers do the heavy lifting to try and prevent any more forward progress towards the population. David. You got it. Very good.
Yeah, it's going up. Oh, I thought I heard somebody on ICOM say, is that right now? I could be hearing things too. Oh, it was somebody. Oh, man, hard to focus on that thing. What's up, Gabe? Oh, I thought I was. Man, look at the tail on that thing. Man. It's still going. Oh, here we go. Man, the doubler is really soft. Poof, be gone. Oh boy. Oh, losing the gimbal. Ah, there it is. She's gone.
I mean, you're right about that. And Calabasas, I mean, you're talking about a huge swath of Calabasas. I have a feeling that Hidden Hills should be spared here. In fact, they've already drawn lines between the fire and Hidden Hills. So I think all of the attention now is immediately to the west of Hidden Hills, where what started as a fire on Kenneth is now multiple fires. I know it's all one fire. We call it the Kenneth Fire. But as I look out the window from the helicopter, there are fires in various directions. We're talking about a large area where there are multiple fires burning and now multiple neighborhoods being touched at the same time. I just want to make that really clear. This isn't like one specific body of flames that these crews are trying to chase. They've already got tankers showing up. They've got helicopters over here. They are trying to flood the zone with structure protection, and they will do so at all cost to save as many structures as possible. But as you're seeing from our pictures, there is already flames surrounded by homes, homes surrounded by flames. At this point, we have not seen any properties actually touched yet, but the threat is imminent. Yep, continuing to watch the fire get closer. Go ahead and push in right there. You can see some of the closest flames as fire crews pull into these neighborhoods. That is the dead end at Collette Way, and you can already see fire crews on the scene down there. I have already seen several people trying to use garden hoses to prevent this fire. This is not the time to pull out the garden hose. I know it's easier said than done, but it is a dangerous situation, and those garden hoses are just going to be no match for the flames that we're talking about, and the fire, the way it's behaving. When you have a wind-driven fire blowing towards your property, there is not much that a little garden hose can do, and that's the problem here. You see people trying at all costs to save their properties, and you sympathize with them, and you can empathize, but at the same time, it is more important to grab your belongings and start getting ready, or get ready to get out now. Right there. Yep. Same. I'm looking. It is. Looking down at the 101 right now, especially the southbound side of the 101, starting to see a real jam up as I presume folks are just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, but it is seeing a lot of slow traffic through here. As I do that, I'm also looking just to the north of us here and just trying to figure out, because there are so many active situations here between these two neighborhoods. Fire approaching both of these neighborhoods. I've got to tell you, in some cases, you can already see where the brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If the brush clearance wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running into dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance buys time for those homeowners and for the fire department to get there, get the structure protection in place. Even in a wind-driven fire where it's so easy to jump over a fire break or a road, or even if you've done the proper brush clearance, the wind could easily jump it, but you're still buying time. You're giving yourself every chance. Copy that. Are there any air resources here? There are. Is that a helicopter? Are they doing drops, Rob? Can you tell? Let's. What would you call it? Yeah. What area? What location would you call this? We're in the Santa Monica Mountains. Santa Monica Mountains. It's all like state land. Christina, do you have an updated acreage on this fire? 20,000 acres. Copy. There you go. Who was that? Copy. Yeah, you're taking a live look at the Palisades Fire, which is continuing to creep its way through the Santa Monica Mountains, David. You can see we're basically in between the San Fernando Valley and Brentwood. Brentwood to the south, obviously, and you can see these ridge lines lighting up as LA County Fire continues nighttime operations. Several helicopters patrolling the area and dropping water repeatedly over the main head of this fire, basically just trying to tamp down some of the major flare-ups so it doesn't send too many loose embers out over the valley or over the basin. And right now you can see that fire still lighting up the night sky with that glow, very visible from both the LA side or the city side as well as the San Fernando Valley side. Really brilliant flames coming from just to the west of the 405. David? Booth, go ahead. Sure. Copy that. Copy.
10-4.
Copy that. Are there any air resources here? There are. Is that a helicopter? Are they doing drops, Rob? Can you tell? Let's. What would you call it? Yeah, what area, what location would you call this? We're in the Santa Monica Mountains. Santa Monica Mountains. It's all like state land. Christina, do you have an updated acreage on this fire? $20,000 acres. Copy. There you go. Who was that? Copy. Yeah, you're taking a live look at the Palisades Fire, which is continuing to creep its way through the Santa Monica Mountains, David. You can see we're basically in between the San Fernando Valley and Brentwood. Brentwood to the south, obviously, and you can see these ridge lines lighting up as LA County Fire continues nighttime operations. Several helicopters patrolling the area and dropping water repeatedly over the main head of this fire, basically just trying to tamp down some of the major flare-ups so it doesn't send too many loose embers out over the valley or over the basin. And right now you can see that fire still lighting up the night sky with that glow, very visible from both the LA side or the city side as well as the San Fernando Valley side. Really brilliant flames coming from just to the west of the 405. David? Booth, go ahead. Sure. Copy.
10-4.
Copy that. Are there any air resources here? There are. Is that a helicopter? Are they doing drops, Rob? Can you tell? Let's. What would you call it? Yeah, what area, what location would you call this? We're in the Santa Monica Mountains. Santa Monica Mountains. It's all like state land. Christina, do you have an updated acreage on this fire? $20,000 acres. Copy. There you go. Who was that? Copy. Yeah, you're taking a live look at the Palisades Fire, which is continuing to creep its way through the Santa Monica Mountains, David. You can see we're basically in between the San Fernando Valley and Brentwood. Brentwood to the south, obviously, and you can see these ridge lines lighting up as LA County Fire continues nighttime operations. Several helicopters patrolling the area and dropping water repeatedly over the main head of this fire, basically just trying to tamp down some of the major flare-ups so it doesn't send too many loose embers out over the valley or over the basin. And right now you can see that fire still lighting up the night sky with that glow, very visible from both the LA side or the city side as well as the San Fernando Valley side. Really brilliant flames coming from just to the west of the 405. David? Booth, go ahead. Sure. Copy that. Copy.